And we are live. Welcome, everybody. Whiskers Gone Wild, episode 3. We got a little bit of a different setup tonight. We got one crew in there. Are you out on the boat, Chris and Telly?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought there might be thunderstorms.
That's fireworks.
So we got Chris and Telly out there, hooks and hammock, and then we got Yak Shore out there. I am out on the river, the James River tonight, fishing a tournament, but I will not be suspend drifting because the boat we're on is not set up for that. So I will be reading chat from all y'all. Keep y'all engaged while we'll make Chris Telly and Anthony do all the catching of the fish, suspend drifting.
Don't you put that pressure on me.
Too late. Now I will say we're still planning on catching some fish here on this boat too, because we've caught a 16.5 pound flathead thus far, which right now is in 3rd place.
So we've got to watch our weather between 11 and 12:30. There's a chance for a storm down around the bend of this river. If it moves any closer to us, we got to go.
All right. Understood there.
All my weather's fair and clear.
Yeah, we got some cloud cover here in Virginia, but I see stars, so it's a beautiful night. Did you catch that?
Don't see a single star.
No, I just read it with cool times. Oh, okay. Can I cast back up? I'm gonna check the bait, see if it's still there. We got Mike Sampson in the house. What's going on, Sampy?
Sampy.
There's that Yak's Fishing Adventures guy. Charles Breckenridge, hey buddy. It was way out there. Yeah, we struggled tonight. Michael Grumpy Vet, what's going on? Appreciate you coming in. There's Rhonda fishing for Whiskers saying howdy hi y'all. I will be listening in since I do that silly there we go. Do not boat fish. Rhonda, if you want to come up, you are more than welcome to. Dead Air Day, what's going on, buddy? But Anthony and Chris and Telly will be suspend drifting tonight. We do have one rod suspended, but we're anchored. So hopefully we catch a fish on that rod for y'all tonight. I'm out here on my neighbor's boat, Scott.
Hi, Scott.
Hey, how you doing?
That's Chris and Telly up there, and that's Anthony down there.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
So we'll put you on our rods. Hey, Sandy Toes, what's going on? Sandy is from Australia.
Oh, wow.
There's Uptown Chrissy Brown. How you doing? Yeah, we get an eclectic group of people in here. We got Guy Martin. He's from the UK. With Sandy from Australia. We got a couple of people from California that usually come in. Some people. One guy, Glacier Shark. I haven't seen him in this in any of our lives lately, but he's from Virginia, but he moved to Alaska. But I did see Glacier Shark in somebody else's live when I was scrolling through lives the other day. There's Charles saying, I decided to go surf fishing this coming up Wednesday and Thursday. Hopefully I'll get some pompano. Awesome. Well, good luck, buddy.
Pompano.
That's what I said. Eggplant, kumquat, it's all the same. Hope everybody's had a fantastic week and a great start to your weekend. I will say I'm tired, but I'm not exhausted yet. I've been up since, 5:30 this morning. I was out in the heat all day with my daughter's horse show. She did pretty well. She got 4 thirds and 2 fourths, I think.
Nice.
Very cool.
She did Western. She rode Western for the first time in a show. So I'm glad she was able to get that out of the way so that she can do that more later. Charles said I might get a tarpon. They've been passing through Sandbridge recently. Well, I hope so. The only thing I've ever caught in the ocean was a skate on an FOA rod. Oh, so you guys drifting now?
Yep.
All right. So, Chris and Telly, where are you at exactly?
Ohio River.
A river.
Ohio River.
In the Ohio River. Are there any fish in the Ohio River?
Nope.
Well, if there are, I have confidence that you guys will find them.
We're trying.
How fast are you drifting? Are you going with the current, using a trolling motor?
We are going with the current. The trolling motor slowing us down. The boat is currently moving at 0.4. Our lines are staying straight down.
How deep of water are you in?
We are currently in 31.1 feet of water.
And you're familiar with that body of water, that stretch of river?
Yes, once we get down here a little ways, I've actually mapped it.
Okay. Does it stay pretty consistently 30 feet, or does it?
I'm pretty sure if we can stay on this ledge, it won't change a whole lot until we get in the bend. But we can't go past the bend because we'll lose cell phone signal.
Gotcha.
Well, we'll probably be ranging between 30 and 40 feet most of the night.
I got you. Anthony, what about you? How many? Oh, well, first off, Chris, tell me how many rods you got out.
4.
4. Yeah, that's pretty.
2 off the
standard.
back and 2 off the side.
Yeah, that's pretty
Any
standard.
more than that, it gets kind of hectic trying.
I don't know if is it my phone. I don't know what it is.
Adjustments and
I'm crackly.
You are correct.
oh, somebody's a robot.
Yeah,
Nope,
it's not
that's
me.
us.
If I say he can hear it and I can hear
We
it.
got circles of death,
I can
I
hear
wouldn't
you.
be-
but we've got 5G full signal.
Makes no sense.
Oh, Michael Grumpy Vet said, I'm going to start making drift weights using nylon rope and copper BBs. There you go. That certainly will work.
Hey, we're back.
Welcome back.
Are we back?
You're back.
Fireworks going on.
I don't understand why. I mean, I've got a full 5G signal.
We got fireworks going off everywhere.
That's funny. So do we.
That's always fun. To answer your questions, though, Dustin, I only have 2 rods out currently because until I figure out exactly what I'm doing around these other boats, I'm not wanting a bunch of tangled messes. I'm also fishing below Nickajack Dam, so I will be drifting, suspend drifting faster than probably recommended, but that's due to the limitations of my motor.
I got you. We're getting ready to get sucked up in a vortex of bugs. Yes, Chrissy, both channels are
Should have
running.
some fans.
We didn't have ours going.
You should have some fans to keep the bugs away.
You would know all about that when
we
you.
left them in the truck.
We don't
But I
even
know
have ours
somebody that's
on.
got I know somebody that's got some fans that might be willing to sell them.
We don't even have them on. They're in the boat, but we don't have them on.
Is that stick still? We'll turn them on. Maybe it'll blow our bugs away.
Think so?
Hey, Anthony,
Sir,
you got anybody chatting on your channel?
I have no idea.
Here, let me put the chat's comments up on the screen because that might put both of them up there.
It's supposed to. It is supposed to. Chrissy Brown's in here. Welcome in.
Be right back.
I am probably going to put more sinkers on because I'm assuming suspended at 2 miles an hour isn't exactly ideal.
Yeah, I don't think I would suspend drift at 2 miles an hour. But I guess if you can explain why you're drifting at 2 miles an hour, then
I only use 5-ounce sinkers because there was supposed to be no flow tonight. There's definitely flow here now, though. I pre-tied everything before I got left. It was not well planned, basically. But it ain't over till it's over. I got bigger weight.
So I clicked the button. I clicked the button to show comments on screen, but I'm not seeing any comments on my screen.
What do you mean on your screen? If you hit comments, it should show everything that comes in from every source. When you hit chat, are you actually going to the comments part? Or like the little top bar? There's another top bar button you got to click to.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It says show comments on stage, but usually it shows it on the actual screen where our cameras are. But it has a little box for it, but there's no comments popping up.
Huh.
Maybe nobody's made a comment yet since I did it.
I don't know.
Hard to say.
As Dustin said last time, we are not professionals by any means.
Not by any means. There's Sandy Toes. Yep, her comment showed up on the screen.
All right.
All note having all the tabs and hearing you all surround sound is
Yeah, there's definitely a few shows going on tonight.
hilarious. Yeah, we were just talking about that before we went live. There's 2 or 3 other people going live. Jaydog might come up tonight. I dropped the link in the chat, or in the group chat. So he said he might be out tonight. We're gonna reposition our lines real quick.
There's light down there.
Yep, that's the most I've seen so far. Like a disco in the sky.
It is.
On the plus side, I did find that I had a pack of 12-aught river stickers.
There you go.
So I am using all of those tonight.
That's going.
Yeah, I definitely have to put on some heavier weight.
Quick.
Well, on the topic of suspend drifting, Justin, I know you're not doing it, but if you were doing it, what setup do you prefer in terms of rigs or weight or any of that good stuff?
Sorry, got bugs in my face. Hey, there's FOA. What's going on,
Woo!
Freddie? There's LKA Life, Miss Amy. How you doing? I would. A lot of times I'll use like an egg sinker, and then I just use basically I use my same rig as I usually use. I have a Santee Cooper rig, but I put an egg sinker on the bottom. Hey, you know what? I haven't suspend drifted in such a long time. I'm trying to think of how I do it.
It used to be the only thing I did from the kayak. Well, not the only thing, but one of the only things I did. I did drag a little bit, but I never really anchored fish in the kayak. I wasn't a fan of throwing an anchor out from a little plastic boat.
Got lines all over the place, Scott. I think you're in the other one too. What about you? Well, we'll start with you, Anthony. What's your setup? What's your rig?
Well, I definitely think Carolina rig is the way to go. I definitely think that the egg sinker is the way to go for aerodynamic purposes. You can get away with a little bit lighter weight by having something cylindrical to not catch as much drag in the current. But you can definitely use any kind of sinker you need to use. I have bank sinkers on currently.
Do you have so you don't have a float on yours?
I do not have floats on mine. Not when I'm suspend drifting. I have some rattles on the ones I have live bluegills on. But other than that, it's just a Carolina rig. I will say the two I'm doing cut bait on, I do have stinger flies on. Suspend drifting is like the sweet spot when it comes to stinger flies because you're not actually that close to the bottom. I mean, you are near the bottom. Don't get me wrong, but you're like anywhere between 2 and 4 feet off the bottom at any given point. So
Right.
It's a good chance to use stinger flies so I can snag constantly. Other than that, really just the same rod setup. Everything I do fishing wise, I can use the same rods for, same reels for. Yeah, so it's just a matter of it's more location than anything. I feel like with suspend drifting than anything else.
Right.
You can't. It's hard. It's hard to suspend drift in an area where the bottom contour constantly changes. Ideally, you want something that's. We can get that in a minute. I'm going on a rant here. But gear wise, pretty much I use the Carolina rig exclusively. I do not use float. I will use like the little duo pop rattles or buzz rattles. But that's about all I use. Y'all can still hear me, right?
Yeah. Look at a whole bunch of static.
Some
Either a whole bunch of static or you're rattling something.
I'll be right back.
yeah, That's I hear you just fine, Chris. It must have been nothing.
The iPhone static.
Oh, you mean his iPhone's putting out static?
Yeah. Couldn't possibly be the iPhone, right?
I don't know.
Over here into some slack water so I can spot lock. Like I said, they weren't supposed to run any current, and then I show up and they're running a ton.
Did you guys get a bunch of rain today?
Honestly, no, I didn't get squat rain wise. I was very surprised. I thought for sure we'd get a deluge, but we did not.
We drove through some rain.
Do what now?
We drove through some rain, but that was it.
We got quite a bit yesterday. But like I said, it wasn't really all that much overall.
Water bottle? Water bottle? Mhm.
It's a barn coming in the bend down there.
Hear it. Look at that light.
I know. I'm wondering. Well, that's the actual hose right there. The other lights we were seeing must have been in front of the barges.
Must have been.
Is that water bottle back there?
Yep.
There's life under it right now.
There's lights back there under it. Is it turning?
You gotta go wide or that curve. That's all. Straighten out up the side.
All right, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's why I see the green on the front then.
Can't believe that iPhone was making static. Guess we don't get a response to that.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear
Okay,
us?
good. Sorry, I'm not sure what's going on with my phone. Yeah,
It's an iPhone. That's what's going on with it.
it must be all those other Android phones that are on here.
But Dustin, if that were the case, wouldn't it be more than just you having trouble?
Tell him.
Just asking. Hi, Chris. Hi, Telly. Hi, Yak.
She broke up.
I'm not
So I
know.
brought Ron up here. If you don't mind reading that for us. My
I'm
phone is all.
I can't believe you brought
My
Miss Rhonda.
iPhone is messing up.
Can't believe you brought Miss Rhonda up here.
Maybe you should use your neighbor's Android.
I have an extra. Do you want to borrow it?
See, look at that.
No, thank you.
Catfish community
Sure.
once again helping out when it came.
I am positive.
Howdy, Chrissy. Good afternoon, or good evening, actually. Good Mooga. I've done lost the day. Crappy day, Darren. How are you?
What's up, Darren?
Fish must not be hungry. There's all kinds of life under us.
Put some flasher rigs on. You might catch some flatheads.
Don't have any.
Oh, boy.
I was kind of surprised when we got here how muddy our water is. Because the river's almost back to normal. It's only about 2.5 foot high. But the water's muddy.
Huh.
Yak's working the red light district over there.
I didn't know you were in Hawaii.
Red keeps the bugs away.
Yeah.
My foot slipped. Yes, we got a lot of other people live tonight. We appreciate everybody coming in and chatting with us this evening.
Sandy Toe said Yak's probably secretly fishing for his wife. Filming for his wife. You know, it would help if I put eyeglasses on my eyes instead of on the top of my head.
That's right. I usually like to have them on my eyes, too.
Charles
For
Philip
those who are
Bowen
curious,
said, wish I could go wet a
that's a
line
finger fly.
tonight.
Wish you could too, man. Wish you could too. Wish everybody could. Good for you.
Jerry Hager, good evening. He says, good evening, y'all, from Nebraska.
Good evening, Jerry.
I haven't yet.
Oh.
It's 10:30.
Getting old. Sorts of discombobulated, aren't they?
Water.
We cast our lines out and everything. Before you know it, the line that's all the way on the left is actually all the way over on the right now. And then the line that was on the right is over on the left. I feel like we're fishing a little eddy right here.
Mm. Charles says, hello. Any luck tonight, fellers?
Not yet.
Not on the show, Charles, but my neighbor Scott and we did catch a nice 16.5-pound flathead before the show started.
Nice.
Is Eddie okay with you calling him little?
Who?
Eddie.
I don't know. I got a bite on that one.
Said little Eddie.
Oh, yeah, he's okay with it. I ran it by him earlier. We just went in circles. I know. I pointed at that. I said, that one got a bite. Like there's 5 rods over there.
I knew what you're talking about, though.
The white one standing straight up. Yep.
We're here.
We might even park in this spot all night long. We'll see what happens.
And if you got a good enough spot, it's fine.
We are right off of the main channel, and it some display. And the tide is going out, so it's going to come, and it comes up into a loop. So it comes the main channel. The tide's going out. The water's going downriver, and it comes up and kind of fills this loop up by the dock we launched at. Right by a channel marker, we got some timber behind us on the right. It's got some shallow flats up there, and we got about 40 feet of water behind us. So we got a lot of area to cover.
Charles says, I live in Newport News. I see James River, ? I don't think so.
Yes.
Really? Shows you how much I know about Virginia.
Well, if he's asking if he can see the James River from Newport News, I know that James dumps into the Chesapeake, but I'm not sure of exactly where.
Gotcha.
Isn't there Norfolk and Way Railroad there?
Maybe.
Okay, I don't feel so bad. I don't think Dustin knows Virginia either.
Not out on the coast, not much, no.
Gotcha.
It went right over your head.
Yes, it did, and I'm tall.
Think about it.
I'm thinking.
Norfolk and Way.
I get the Norfolk part.
I'll explain later.
Okay, thank you.
Charles says, I just know it's one of many rivers. He said he caught 75-pound cat out James about 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Nice.
Sandy said being short has so much more going for it than being tall.
I don't know. I got to help more people being tall.
I like being short because I get to bug my tall kids and go, grab that for me.
Bow lights, the LED bow lights.
Oh, yeah.
I think I did.
Oh. So, Chris and Telly, when you guys get to that bend, are you just gonna reel everything in and go back to the top of that run and do it again?
Yep.
We'll probably move over one way or another, different depth.
Okay.
But it's like a mile and a half, so it's going to take a long time to get down there.
Gotcha.
All right. Well, I'm going to turn my big motor on for a minute, so mute myself while I go back up here.
And to answer Anthony's question from earlier, yes, I usually, now that I was thinking about it, I do use a Carolina rig, but I've also been thinking a lot about, because I use a Carolina rig, and you let your weight hit the bottom, then you reel up. We're spinning. I wonder if the tide's starting to turn.
Drift sock is usually
But I've been thinking about if you put your weight on the bottom, then you reel up 3 or 4 turns where you're 3 or 4 feet off the bottom. Then why don't you just use a 3-way swivel with about 3 foot of line underneath you with a weight, and then off the side put a float rig. You're essentially doing the same thing. It's just you don't have to reel up once you hit bottom very much.
I don't suspend with floats because they tend to tangle up.
Right. Yeah, now it's over here.
We use a Carolina rig with a 3-way swivel, And then we'll use 8, 10, 12-ounce cannonballs on that 3-way. And my leader, I keep it, when we're suspending, I keep it short, like a foot, foot and a half.
Right.
And then with the way our rod rack and stuff is set up on our boat, we drop them down till the sinker hits the bottom, pull the line tight, reel the rod tip to the water, and we pick it up and set it in the rod rack because our rod tips are approximately 5 feet off of the water.
Gotcha.
So now we've picked our sinker up approximately 5 feet. I've got a foot and a half, a leader underneath it. So that should put me in that 3-4 foot right off the bottom.
Gotcha.
Charles says no Santee rig?
Not for suspending, we don't. Oh, that was good. Yeah.
It was high tide 7:30 next to the low tide at 2:11. 24 minutes.
Yeah,
Good
I may
evening,
try it.
Wabash Nate.
What's that?
I said, good evening, Wabash Nate.
Hey, Nate, what's going on, man? Thanks for coming in.
Live in Water Outdoors. Hello, good evening.
What's up, Josh? Long time no see. Hope you're doing well.
Got a barge coming upriver. Hopefully he doesn't create too much weight. That's one of the worst things about suspend drifting. If you get barges or pleasure boaters come by and they make a big wake, your baits are down there bouncing up and down 5, 6 feet, who knows how much.
Yeah,
Tangle them all in.
we got 3 pleasure boaters passing us one after the other right now, all on plane.
Crazy.
Living Water Outdoors says, miss y'all.
Miss you too, buddy.
Wabash is asking if there's been any luck.
Not on the stream as of yet, but we got a couple of hours. Skip and I are fishing all night. We'll be fishing till about 7 o'clock in the morning.
Living Water says, I know. I'm hoping when I get married to who God brought me, my schedule will get better. Good luck.
Me too.
Charles says, have they gotten rid of Ghost Fleet out there in the James yet? Or are there still some left?
Where exactly is that at? I've heard 2 different places.
Roger. I think he didn't realize you were in 2 different places.
There are some sunken barges downriver from us. Probably about 3 or 4 or 5 of them between the Hopewell Marina and Jordan Point Marina. Good Lord. Now we got 1, 2, 3, looks like 4 more boats coming down or upriver.
Oh, good googa mugga.
Got a what? Okay. I like that.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Kelly just checked the radar. We got some weather coming at us, so we're going to head back up here to the boat ramp.
Okay. Be
Be
safe.
safe.
I got to get up here and get this trolling motor out of the water with this barge weak.
Please be safe.
Yeah, we don't need another FOA pro staff member in the water.
No, we do not.
Just back over. Got it?
Yeah.
Sandy Toe said, that's unfortunate, but glad you're deciding not to risk it.
We're not giving up. We're just going to get back to the boat ramp where we can get in the truck.
And let it pass safely.
Yeah, storms usually don't last too long.
Well, I mean, you know, we might get back up here and then it never happens. You know, we don't know.
Right.
Rowdy Royal says, good evening and good luck, everyone, fishing tonight.
Hey, Rowdy.
Ed Jenkins said, evening, folks.
What's up,
Hey,
Ed?
what's up, Ed?
Huh?
We are reeling in lines because we got rain moving in, so we're going back up to the boat ramp and getting the truck until it passes. Oh, okay. Yeah, a little late.
Hope everybody's doing fantastic. So, Rhonda, we are on both Yak's channel and our channel.
Yes, sir.
So I don't know. I think by showing all those comments on the screen, you should be able to see comments from both channels, or if anybody's in there.
Okay. I think I'm seeing them both in StreamYard too, aren't I?
Maybe. Well, let's do this. I'll just shut off.
Everything that's come up on the screen has been in StreamYard thus far. So I'm assuming it's showing me both chats in StreamYard too.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So many features nowadays.
And can I make a suggestion?
Always.
Swap me and Yak, because when you do have comments up or people are on the TVs, you're covering Yak. Cover me. Sandy says, I'll test it. This is Dustin.
Perfect.
Now she's going to run over to Yak's channel and type in there and see if I see it.
Staying at her house or you going to put the bar on the door?
And this is Yak. Yes, Sandy, I see both. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Sandy.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Pretty good. You sure?
Made comments before
Come
that.
out, lie down.
Really nice.
Yes, please. Actually, just turn it off. No, turn it down.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, wait, see. Oh, he said that's his spot. What he said? I'm gonna mute myself real quick.
Okay.
Hey, I think I'm going to go ahead and exit out of here until we figure out what we're doing.
Okay.
Then once we get back on the water, we'll just come back in. That
Alright,
way
sounds
my
good.
phone's not, if it does hit us before I get it back up here, my phone won't be out.
Be safe.
Well, the boat ramp's about 300 yards away from us, so we're good.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for letting us know.
Yep.
Can the fans get?
What's that, Rhonda?
I didn't say anything. That was Telly talking to Chris as they exited.
Gotcha.
Sandy Toes says, does Scott have his own channel?
Just name the game.
He does not.
Okay. Now I know.
So I muted because we had a boat. Like I said, we're fishing a tournament.
Mm-hmm.
So there was, I don't know, probably about 10 boats, maybe, that launched at the same time. We did from the same spot. And the boat just pulled up not far from us and said that this was their spot. I mean, they were talking to one another. We just overheard them. And I muted and I was telling Scott, I'm like, yeah, nobody owns spots on the river.
I was going to say, since when could you buy spots on the river? Because I don't know anybody that owns one. Hi, Mike Sampson. How are you this evening?
Like I told him, if he thought this was a good spot, he should have got here sooner.
Amen.
So
Sandy Toe says, LOL, let me sink my flag down mid-river and claim it as mine.
But I'm telling you, this is an ideal spot because where we're at, we're in about 20 feet of water, but to our right is a shallow flat. To our left is a shallow flat, and out behind us ranges anywhere from 20 to 40 feet. So we got a ledge, we got deep water, we got shallow water, we got timber up on the shoreline.
There you go. Now you just need the fish to stop spawning long enough to catch them.
Yeah. I think our biggest issue we might run into is bait because there were so many people to hit those bait spots before we did that.
Yeah.
Good? Yeah. Maybe we should put it over there. Sorry. You're good. That they were pretty wiped out. A spot that I always go to, and I've never left there empty-handed. Minus this last winter because it got so cold.
Mm-hmm.
I've never left there empty-handed. Now, I will say we didn't leave empty-handed today because we did catch one shad in that spot, but I'm used to catching, 10, 15, 20.
Sandy's asking, can you buy bluegill in bait stores? Frozen maybe, but no, I've never seen any in this area live.
Bluegill. No. I don't think so. Not around here. But there's so many different places you can go around this area to catch bluegill on your own.
Yeah.
I have been talking for 20 minutes and nobody's been responding, and now I know why.
You were muted, Yak. I'm sorry.
No, I muted myself because I went up there with the main motor. and then I never unmuted myself like an idiot. But in Tennessee, you can buy bluegill if they're caught in a farm pond and they're smaller than 3 inches, but you had to have a special license in order to do that. But you can catch them and use them live if you catch them yourself,
Right.
which is what I've done
Mhm.
for tonight.
And
I
how
actually
do you
have more.
prove? How do you prove you bought bluegill versus caught bluegill?
You're supposed to have it, according to the law, you're supposed to have a receipt for it.
Sandy said she finds this surprising considering how many people use bluegill for bait.
That's because
I
most
think
of
it's more of a keeping them alive to sell them problem than it is a actual supply demand type of thing.
Well, my neighbor Scott went out and got some bluegill, and he's got a live well in his boat. So we've got live bluegill in a little live well here at the back of the boat.
Yeah.
I have a
But
cooler
back-
in my boat that I put an ice pack in.
But back to my question earlier, say I'm out on the river, say I went and bought bluegill from somebody, but I don't have a receipt. How do they know I didn't catch them myself? I'm gonna say I caught these myself.
It's a good question. I'm not encouraging breaking the law.
That is
Just
a
saying.
confusing one.
I've never heard of having that receipt ever.
I know in Tennessee you have to have a special license to sell bait, right?
Yeah.
I know Jody did that for a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
and some other folks.
I mean, there's some of our states that doesn't allow you to use certain fish that you catch as bait.
Right. There's certain fish that we can catch or we can use as bait, but you can't. You can only catch them on rod and reel. You can't catch them in a gill net or a
Right.
cast net.
Now, again, I have to ask Dustin, if you take one out of a net and hook it through the mouth to make it look like it was caught on a line and a pole, how would the DNR not know that you caught it?
I'm not encouraging people to break the law, Rhonda.
Well, you didn't do it. I did it. I was just curious. I mean, it makes you wonder how they can enforce some of the things that they put out there. That's all.
Absolutely.
I don't think it's something they're gonna go try. They're not gonna pick that booger.
The only thing I think they're going to fight or argue with you about is that if you have
Illegal.
an illegal bait at all.
Yeah.
I mean, if they find you have something you caught in the gill net that you were only supposed to catch on rod and reel, I don't think they're going to argue with you.
Right.
Which in my and I say this all the time, if there's a law that or a rule that's not enforceable, why have it?
Why have it? Right. It doesn't make much sense. It really doesn't.
All right, Yak, we need you to catch a fish.
I need them to actually tell the truth when they talk about the current flow. I mean, I'm going to have to go way down river, or I'm going to have to go park in an eddy.
A little Eddie.
Sandy said she'll be right back. Odetta's having a meltdown. Sorry to hear that.
All right. Oop, something splashed out there.
I see you're giving up the red light district there, Yak.
I was using it to see what I was doing.
Yeah.
Now that I'm done.
But you know, every time you turn it on, I'm going to have to make a red light district comment, right?
As you should. I used to get Mutant Ninja Turtle comments when I used to have the red lights on the kayak because all they could see was my feet kicking.
That's funny.
It makes a really big difference with the bugs, though.
Yeah, I know. I think it was Mark did that too. He would run the red lights when he was out fishing at night so that the bugs weren't as bad.
Yeah, he's actually the one I got the idea from
Gotcha.
originally. I was like, why is he doing that? And that's what he said. And I looked at it and looked it up. And actually, supposedly, the color that attracts him the least is amber, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
But it completely murders night vision compared to red lights.
Yeah.
Yeah, these bugs are something out here tonight.
I think that has a lot to do with the heat and humidity that we've had in this area.
Yeah, I was telling
And
Scott earlier, I would rather deal with bugs on a summer night than wind, fishing, or heat any day of the week.
yeah,
They caught a fish. Jasmine, Ray's wife, girlfriend.
These bugs are atrocious.
I see you over there waving around.
Trying to wave my hat at all
Need
these
more
bugs.
bug spray?
No, well, I put some bug spray on earlier on my arms and legs, and they stopped bothering me. But I wasn't going to spray it on my face, and that's where they started attacking me.
Yeah. And
They
the
went
fact that they're usually attracted to carbon dioxide when you breathe out doesn't help either.
Yeah, they were actually flying like between my eyeballs and my glasses.
Oh. I'm okay with bugs until I can hear the zzz, and then it freaks me out.
So Sean and Ryan and I, we went out one night. This was like 2 years ago, I think, maybe 3. But we went farther down river, and I was telling Scott this earlier. We got to a place we wanted to fish that night, and it was there. The bugs were so thick on top of the water, just sitting on top of the water. It sounded like an electric motor was humming.
Mm,
It's really weird.
that's bad.
Baby. Yeah, ain't big.
And you all wonder why I like listening to the frogs on the bank. It's because when there's frogs, there's less bugs.
Yeah, that's true.
They're typically eating them for me, so I don't have to deal with them.
So it's so much stuff. But
What I'm hoping will happen is we'll get a really good takedown because the suspended drifting takedowns are my favorite.
Oh, I agree 100%. Suspend drifting or suspend takedowns like suspended rod or whatever. Those takedowns are the best. Period. Whether you're drifting or anchored. When you get that rod tip touching the water. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
You didn't pull a yak, Dustin. You actually unmuted yourself before you said it.
Nice and straight, nice and tight.
I plead the fifth.
So what do you got for bait, Yak?
I have red horse sucker steaks and live bluegill. I got a couple of dead bluegill too, but I've been wanting to try sucker for a long time, and the one I had was too big to cut with a knife, so I froze it real hard and cut it up with a sawzall.
Oh wow.
That's one way to do it.
Got about 12 1-inch steaks out of it, and I can cut those in half and have 24 good pieces.
There you go.
Yeah, we got some shad on from earlier. We got one more shad in the ice box, and then we got the rest live. Oh, something just got hit. The rest live bluegill. It was bouncing. One of those was bouncing.
Hey, Yak. Sandy
Yes, ma'am.
says, how do you plead the fifth when you've already committed the crime in front of us?
I'm not going to admit to it a second time.
Here comes 2 or 3 more boats.
Oh boy. You're in their spot, Dustin.
Apparently. At least these ones are running a little slower.
I got pushed out of the current, so I'm trying to get back in the current. When the trolling motor's on 0 and you're only going 0.1, it's too slow.
Gotcha.
Miss Chrissy says 11:02 p.m.
Yeah,
Well, that was.
I think it was,
that was
11:30 before we caught a
Yeah.
fish last time, too? I will say forcing yourself to do a technique, no matter what, is definitely different and not ideal. But it's a nice challenge.
Very true.
Oh. Anybody watching the River Cats tackle crew or takedown crew or castaway crew? Excuse me.
I'm not. I
Wondering if
hear.
they were having any luck tonight.
When I did check in on the castaway crew, Uncle Don was cooking.
Oh,
I don't know what he was cooking, but he was in his kitchen.
gotcha.
Hooks and Hammocks says, in truck, no rain yet, but wind is picking up. Just stay safe.
Absolutely. Thanks for letting us know, Chris.
Sandy says, no, I'm not that successful at multitasking.
Well, we appreciate you sticking with us.
Speaking of, say, did you get my email?
Now you're asking her to multitask, Yak.
To be fair, but she can surely she checked her email from 2 days ago. She was doing some little fun trivia quiz thing, and there were no wrong answers, but the funniest answer won kind of thing. And I forgot what I said. It was something to do with something about you accidentally had a cult dinner, and you're already eating snacks. Do you stay or do you leave? And my answer was never not snacks. If you're already part of the way through, you got to stay till the snacks are gone. And if you were there already, and you're gonna end up doing something funky like drinking blood or eating blood or something, and you got tricked into it, and you're too late. You're already a vampire or something like that at 6 o'clock in the morning. And
Sandy
she thought
says,
that was the funniest.
LOL. Right, Rhonda.
Yeah.
LOL, no, but I will. So she has not checked her email yet.
I was looking forward to my kangaroo magnet or keychain or whatever I was going to win.
Don has 2 briskets on the smoker, and the pile of meat on screen is pulled pork.
Oh.
Billy. Man, they are really cooking current. I am forever away from the damn. I'm still going a mile an hour. It's ridiculous.
Now I'm getting tired.
They were only averaging 14,000 for the day through Chickamauga. So I was like, oh, Nick Jack won't do any more than them. That's obvious.
Sandy Toe says, it was Unhinged Therapist. Yak won the question of, I've been sucked into a cult, but they have great snacks. How long do I stay? Yak won a box with magnets, keychains, and Aussie sweets.
Nice. Congratulations, Yak.
Congratulations.
Nice. She asked a different question later about something about a third. I think it was you have a third nipple. Where would it be? And what superpowers does it grant you? I won that one too, but I can't say that one on the stream. It wasn't very nice. It wasn't dirty. It wasn't dirty, but it wasn't very nice. My boss was being a jerk, so I was a little influenced by that in my answer.
Sandy said, yeah, that one was a left field question, and Naked cracked the chat up. Yak, sorry. She called you naked.
I was not naked, just to be clear. I was at work.
Whoa. This is a family-friendly show, Yak.
Exactly.
I mean, it is your show, but you make it what you want to.
I'm good. I'm good. It's pretty good.
Is that Yak breaking up, or is that me?
That was Yak.
Okay. So, it must be that silly Hooks guy with his Android phone in here screwing me up, because every time I'm on screen with him, I get all crackly and garbled.
Likely excuse.
Because I'm here with y'all, and I'm not crackly and garbled.
True. Very true.
Don't run over our lines. We got a boat with lights on coming our way, so we got to see what this is all about. Well, unless it's Henrico, their boat is stored up at deep bottom. Unless they're coming
Sandy
back.
says, but Yak, I don't check my emails on the weekend, so I'll process it tomorrow. Mail day is Thursday.
Yeah, their boat was in when I
Okay.
got here.
So they may be coming back. I don't know why they got the lights on.
Well, the bottom's that way. They went this way when they were.
Oh, they're not
Right.
coming up.
Right?
What's that?
The
I
bottom
think
was-
I need to start setting schedules that says I don't do this on this day and that on that day.
You go to the end here and then go back to the right.
Good practice. My wife does it too.
I really should.
Yeah, so I rode. I rode my boat from all the way from here all the way back up to the ranch.
Hooks and Hammocks says, it must be my hotness that makes him crackle.
That's what it is. You figured it out, Hooks. You figured it out.
Well, if anybody in chat's got questions about suspend drifting, now's your time to ask while nothing's happening.
And please don't ask me to answer the questions because I have not a clue.
School move,
Cool, what?
right? Yeah.
The closest thing to suspend drifting from the bank is fishing with a bobber.
Okay. I don't do that much, but I know how to.
Back up that way towards Ebot. You keep those lights on.
They're right there.
Yep, there's a shed doing the same thing. Sorry, I was admiring a school of minnows that have decided to take a break right beside the boat.
Aw.
Scott's got some green LED lights on the side of his boat, and right where the lights shine down in the water, you can see the minnows.
Nice.
I think he's gonna feed them. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm not. I'm about to get my throat.
Well, Dustin, unless you're opposed, since the current's unmanageable at the moment, I'm gonna go park on an eddy.
All right, go ahead. I think
I
we
don't
just,
think technically it's
So-
anchored suspended, but whatever.
so I think what we should do is, I mean, there's going to be nights where whatever we talk about a style of fishing doesn't necessarily work out for one of us or both of us. So we can still talk about that particular style of fishing, but if we can't do it, we can't do it, right?
Sure.
Catfishing Crappy Mark says, howdy, Rhonda, Dustin, and Yak. Howdy, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Mark.
Appreciate you coming in, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Maybe now that you come in, we'll have a bit more luck. I know one thing that won't happen, and that's these bugs go away. What happened to that bug zapper you were going to try to work on?
Well, for one, the power inverter is only 450 watts.
Oh.
So once you saw that, it was down there, you must want it.
Went between my glasses and my eyeballs again.
Oh, good evening, Mac. Mac says, what's up, everybody?
What's up, Mac? We are fishing. Scott and I, Scott's my neighbor. We're out here fishing a tournament. It's a 12-hour tournament, so we'll be fishing from 7 p.m. tonight till 7 a.m. in the morning.
Mac says, Dustin, you need a bug zapper. I got 2 for the bank now.
Yeah, I was just talking to my neighbor about that, Scott. He's got one, but he doesn't. His inverter's not powerful enough to run it.
Need a little fan to get the air going so they don't fly around you as much, maybe.
Yeah, we might make a run back up to the truck here in a few hours, and we'll grab the fan when we get up there.
Yeah.
Hey, Ron, if you didn't mean to mute me, you can. I'm gonna go up real quick.
I have no powers. I'm just here
Sorry.
visiting.
Just
I can
can if you need to. If you need to. You may not need to. We'll see.
All right.
It is a scientific fact that bugs are attracted to the stink put off by iPhones. Google it. I don't think I need to tell you who said that.
Nope.
Hence why I did not start with such and such or so and so said.
I muted you, Yak. Yeah, that's all about the operating system there, buddy. Oh, 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 oh. That would look like a flathead bite again. Let's see.
LJFUK, someone in that you haven't seen for a while. How is everybody doing?
Hey,
Well,
what's going on, buddy? What is? Dang it, he's from the UK, of course, obviously. I haven't seen you in a long time.
obviously long enough that you forgot.
That is correct.
Look, I don't remember names. I can't even get my kids' name right, and I actually named them.
I don't have a problem with my kids' names. It's their birthdays I have an issue with because they're so close together.
Poor Eric every day gets called every name, including past pets and everything, before I finally get to his. And it's Lloyd. You did hear me, didn't you?
Yes.
LJF is Lloyd.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
I wouldn't have known if he didn't tell me.
It was Lloydies, right?
Yep.
Oop. That one got hit. Yep. See, those dock lights should not be on.
And it looks like Yak is done moving, so can't forget to unmute.
I got you, Yak. You're unmuted now.
Sandy Toe says, I didn't want to say it. I was waiting on Dustin's brain to remember.
Yeah, good luck. You'll be waiting a while, Sandy. My brain is not the same as it used to be.
Dustin, your boots.
What?
He said, Dustin, your boots. Good evening, Melissa. How are you? She said, Dustin, Rhonda, Yak, and everyone in chat.
Hey, what's going on, Miss Melissa?
All right, running 3 rods. We'll see what happens.
All right.
Want to be outdoors? Welcome in and good evening.
What's up, Matt? Just get a little breeze.
I know. That's exactly what I was thinking. Every once in a while we get it.
Yeah.
They kind of go away.
Chris said, still no rain. May need to fire my weather girl. I'm telling you, weather forecasters are the only people who can be wrong 99.9% of the time and still keep their job.
Agreed.
Tim Wheaton says, good luck.
Thank you, sir. That's my coworker.
Appreciate that.
Super good dude.
Thanks for coming in, Tim.
Thanks to him, I have a local artist that's actually making a oil painting to do for a giveaway later.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah,
There's still a bait on that, bro.
he was able to hook me up.
Awesome.
Try something different. Try a couple of those other things, or at least one. See what happens. Yeah. Might as well. Yeah. Try something. Never know. Oh.
Wannabe says, you can have our rain. It's destroying catfishing this year thus far. I'm sure.
Oh man, sorry to hear that, buddy.
It definitely made it rough this year here too. There's so much of it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, but we're still in a drought, you know.
Somehow,
Yeah.
we'll always be in a drought, perpetual.
Lloydie says, is that Yak Anthony? Yes, it is.
Yep. Who was it?
Lloydie's.
Yep. What's up, Lloydie? Long time no see, my friend. He's from the UK.
Mm-hmm.
For those who don't know. He
The
likes
sad
to carp.
part is I am subscribed to his channel. You would think I would know his name. He came in chat, but like I said, I named my kids and don't know their names. So, you know, there's that.
That's fair. I haven't seen or heard from him in a while, but I know he likes to carp fish and saltwater fish.
Yeah, he had said earlier in chat that he took a break from YouTube for a while.
I can't say I blame him.
Nope, everybody needs to. Wannabe says, I went out and caught an entire cypress tree on 6 rods, not just once. Then it started storming, so I said, not today, Satan, and left.
Sounds like a good sign.
And Lloydie says, how you doing, Anthony, buddy?
I cannot complain too much, man. I'm out here fishing. I got the boat working finally. I actually had 0 problems getting it going tonight. You know, that was a plus. Just waiting for a fish.
Sandy Toe says, wow, Matt, an entire tree? That has to be a record somewhere. Dustin,
Yes.
Mace Window is in and says, I'm on an effing boat.
What up, Eddie? That's my buddy Eddie.
Okay.
He's a troublemaker.
Okay.
Feel free to put him in timeout if needed.
Well, I don't have any powers through StreamYard because I don't have the YouTube side up, so I can't.
Oh, yeah, you're right. My mistake.
That's okay.
You're a mod on my channel, though.
Yeah, I'm a model. And like I said, I don't have the YouTube side open. I only have this up. And he said, no, he's not.
He's definitely a troublemaker.
Gotcha.
He does a lot of travel and food videos. That's his thing right now. He does a lot of gaming stuff too, but most of what he does is food. Well, I don't know about it at the moment, but most of what he was doing for a while was food stuff.
I'm only reading what he put in chat. I'll come down and poop in the river. You'll catch that log.
Like I said, troublemaker.
One thing I learned when I, of the 3 years I was reading chat for Jody, that I didn't have to read everything.
He says he's still doing food stuff.
Nice. Come on, fishy.
Yes, sir.
Lloyd says Ron is go floater.
He's a Dutch cat. So one knows somebody's near. He's from like come, I guess, weighs fish for him.
Well, Mace Wunda is telling me that I must read everything. And then he said, okay, y'all be safe. I'm off to bed.
All right, good night. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, he's got a wife and 2 kids, and he's a good dude.
All we need is, Rhonda, can you turn a fan on somewhere up north and blow some breeze down?
The one right next to my computer screen is on.
Okay. You take
And
it
it's
outside.
blowing in your direction.
You take it outside and blow it in our direction?
It is blowing in the direction of my monitor, so I don't know how much more I can do.
Good. Place to go right now. If you have a trolling motor, it's a good place to be.
Sandy said, lick your finger and hold it up, Dustin. You might feel it.
Nope, don't feel a thing. Oh, he's stuck. Hey, they're going in the pit now. Somebody looks like they just beached their boat.
Chris said, I just grunted real hard and sent some wind Dustin's way.
Thank you, Chris. I thought I smelled something. We're watching a boat. The tide has gone out, so it should be low tide right now. We're watching a boat that tried to enter into a pit not far from us, and if you don't go on the right spot at low tide, then you're going to hit the sand, and I think they just beached themselves.
Uh-oh. I hope they brought a paddle.
Oh, he ain't getting off. If he beached himself, he ain't getting off that with a paddle.
Oh boy.
He's got to wait another 6 hours for the tide to come in. Well, maybe not 6, but
close enough.
At least a few.
Sure.
Melissa's blowing some AC air that direction, Dustin.
Thank you, Miss Melissa. Appreciate that. Maybe that'll get rid of these bugs.
Surprisingly, I have no bugs.
You can have some of these.
Rub it in, Yak. Rub it in.
I gotta do something. I ain't catching anything.
They're swarming right now.
What's that?
They're swarming.
Yeah. Right in my ear, too.
Honestly, I'm really surprised by that, too.
What's that? No fish?
Yeah. I thought for sure I'd get a couple at least, but still early, I guess. Still got what, 2.5 hours? Is that right?
It's only, well, it's 11:30 Eastern. I don't know what time zone you're
So,
in.
no, hang on. Into 2, right? So 2 plus half, yeah, 2.5 hours.
Yeah,
Good math, I swear.
I don't do math. Chrissy said, okay, y'all have a blessed night. Hope y'all catch new PBs tonight, and I hope Telly's is the biggest.
Thank you, Miss Griffin.
Appreciate you, Miss Chrissy. Thanks for coming in. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend.
God bless y'all. Good night,
Make sure to smack Ernie for me.
Just not too hard.
Chris said he's getting some sprinkles now. Wind still blowing. Think it may be going south of him.
We're not far from there. We're
Well,
at one.
Tell the weather to hurry up. You need to come back here and catch a fish.
Yeah, actually.
Because at this point, even Dustin's slacking.
You know me. I want to give you a chance. We've already caught a fish tonight, so.
That's true. That is true.
Yak, you made Chrissy very happy by giving her permission to slap Ernie.
She always has my permission to do that.
Oh, wow. Now you got a permanent permission. Love you, babe. Be good. See you tomorrow.
I did not bring my bumping rod.
I didn't bring mine either. If it makes you feel any better.
You're watching this guy's stuff. He's like,
Sandy says that it's like attaining a pen license.
Yeah, something like that.
And Melissa said, yakety yak, don't talk back.
Always. I always talk back.
that motion through live well. Just it's battery. Oh, live well. Live well. The battery's still in front too.
Why do the ears? Why do the bugs keep flying directly in my ear?
They were flying directly in my eyeball last week.
Well, they're doing that too.
Big old mayflies.
Yak,
Yes.
Miss Chrissy forgot to say something and closed out of the live, so she messaged me to tell you to make sure that you give Josie a hug for her.
Of course. Absolutely.
Message delivered.
Badly fishing. Yep.
Dustin, you got a boom boom.
What?
Mr. Sean White says,
What's
go get
up,
a monster
Sean?
because your earwax smells yummy.
Oh,
Oh,
thank you. What's up, OG Sean? Thanks for coming in, buddy.
And Chris added to that because your ears stank like an iPhone.
Chris, why don't you let the better half of Hooks and Hammocks do all the chatting?
He says that Telly is sleeping.
Oh, yeah, okay. Maybe you should try that, buddy.
Sean said, Mr. Clean's brother needs a monster. I love the lights in the boat, Dustin.
Thanks, buddy. It's my neighbor Scott's boat, and these lights are attracting a crap ton of bugs.
Got Coast 2829 on the chain.
Same one. It's way out there. Same one. So that's the thing that people wanted. Yeah. If we were to come back, I would just anchor further out. You think?
Yeah. Now that the tide's a lot less, or the current's a lot less. The current was screaming earlier. Well,
Mark said blue lights are horrible with light.
Yep.
It was supposed to be with bugs, not with lights. I should have known that, Mark. My fault. Matt said, Dustin, you need some zappers. Someone else suggested that today, too.
absolutely.
Bring it down.
Lloydie said UV lamps. You guys got chat long enough for me to run and grab coffee real quick?
Possibly.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I need coffee.
Do I want to go 3 miles downriver? I don't know.
It's not. No.
Hey, Yak, we're gonna have to reel our lines up real quick because we got to make a run to help go help somebody out. So I'm gonna mute me, but we'll still be here.
Okay. Well, I'll pay more attention then. Be safe. Currently, I'm in 24 foot of water, Tim.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back, Miss Rhonda.
Thank you. Buck Williams joined us. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Welcome back,
And
Sandy. Hey, Buck Williams.
I was going to say, Tim Wheaton is asking, how deep of water are you in, Anthony?
Yeah, I am currently in 24 foot. Oh, come on.
Lloydie says, I just realized the time is 4:39 here in the UK and I haven't slept yet. Might want to think about sleep.
Fixing my phone so I can actually read the chat because definitely didn't have it set up the right way.
Gotcha. No, Lloydies, I am not getting rid of you at all. I'm just saying, you know, it might be worth thinking about getting some sleep soon.
One would think.
And Buck Williams says he was watching drag racing from the UK today.
I might have just had a tap. It might have been just my butt hitting the boat. I don't know.
Like that.
You know, I'm down 60 pounds. So I'm still over 3. So, you know. I'm debating going down and anchor fishing. Just to get some fish on the show here.
Whatever you feel you have to do. Sandy said, LOL, Lloyd, Dustin couldn't hit a mayfly with a bug zapping racket, just like he can't catch fish.
Ooh. He can't hear you right now because he's helping somebody. I think he's helping to help that guy that got banked.
Gotcha.
He just said go help somebody, and that's who he was talking about before that, so I assume that's who it is.
Okay. Main Girl has joined us and said, Snaggin
Main Girl.
Dustin, hello.
Yeah, I'm trying to debate if I can bump with a spinning rod or not.
Welcome in, Mean Girl.
Looks like I might have a bow fishing boat heading up my way.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just give a little update. That boat did get off the sandbar. That's not who we were going to help.
Okay.
There's a guy that's in the tournament whose scale isn't working, so we're going to go down and help weigh his fish for him.
Ah.
Can you hear me long enough to tell you what Sandy Toe said?
Yes, ma'am.
Dustin couldn't hit a mayfly with a bug zapping racket, just like he can't catch fish.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that when you made that comment earlier. Thanks, Sandy.
Okay.
Appreciate that. All right, I'm gonna mute us.
Okay.
I don't blame you, Buck. Be safe, man. If I read that right and you're going to bed, we appreciate you coming by and hanging out for a little bit.
Bugman, good evening. How are you?
Bugman.
Lloydie's not on the show, but Dustin had fished earlier before the show and did catch a flathead. I think he said it was.
Yeah, it was a flathead.
But nothing on the show as of yet. And Sandy Toes said, no worries, Dustin, always got your back. And Bugman said hello to everybody, just finished watching the race, and he's going to head to bed in a few.
Chris, don't blame me, man. Be safe.
Yep. I'd rather you be safe and be here another day than to hurt yourself tonight.
Well, with that being the case, I guess I'm probably going to go downstream. And check baits anyway.
Yep. Lloydie says, thanks for the skunks, guys.
All right, I'm going to head down.
Okay.
So I'll be back. I'm heading down river, so I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Lloydie says, I feel something in my water. Seems like you guys are really fishing on sand, making out you are on a boat. It's all AI. You know, I would think that too, Sandy. I feel all alone up here. Thank you, Lloydies. As long as I got coffee, I'll be all right. Okay, Sandy. Dustin is blue, Yak is blue, Rhonda is blue, but wins as we can see a picture. Well, now Dustin put a picture up too, ladies. We've missed you, ladies. Don't even think that. Dustin needs elevator music. He's helping an angler, and Yak is moving and anchoring. So as soon as they get done and get set back up, I'm sure they'll be back. Well, that's good. It's always fun to have, banter and teasing and yeah. Good night, Bugman. Sleep well. Mine too, Sandy, believe me. Chris. Be safe. Elevator pun to your point, Dustin. I'm gonna have to go all the way back through chat and read all of this to them when they get situated. Unfortunately, Sandy, I can't do anything. I don't have mod powers or admin powers to do anything. So even if I wanted to, I couldn't.
What's she whining about?
Sandy said that at this point we needed to have elevator music. To
Ouch.
which Lloydies suggested Aerosmith. And Sandy questioned Aerosmith, and Lloydie said that elevator pun to the point she made to Dustin about elevator music. So then
Gotcha.
Sandy said, at this stage, Rhonda, you could play dial-up sounds for Dustin's internet or interval music.
Oof.
And then she says, no powers. What type of hostage situation is this?
You volunteered.
Yeah, I volunteered tonight. I was in chat and Dustin said, you can come up if you want to, and I felt bad, so I came up because I haven't been up on his panel in quite a while. So I volunteered to be the hostage this evening.
And is greatly appreciated, Miss Rhonda.
No problem. Anytime.
I'm good. So we
I'm
just got
exploring
to
new water, and it's not looking very promising.
we just got to the other boat that needed a scale, so they're weighing the fish now, and then we'll grab our scale and.
I found one creek that fed into the river here, and I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna check that out." But I got there in the dark, no lights, no nothing. There's a house on stilts. I'm like, "Nah, this probably ain't a good idea."
Yes, Sandy Toes, I volunteered to be the sacrifice.
So what did Sandy Toes say about me while I was out?
That at this stage we needed to have elevator music, and Lloydie suggested Aerosmith, and Sandy questioned that, and then Lloydie's explained that it was a pun. Aerosmith, loving an elevator, get it?
Gotcha.
And then Sandy said that at this stage, Rhonda, you could play dial-up sounds for Dustin's interval music. And I told her I didn't have any powers. So she asked, what type of hostage situation is this?
It's voluntary hostages.
Yep. And that's when she said, so you volunteered to be the sacrifice.
Sandy, why you gotta give me such a hard time?
Yeah, the creek's too shallow. Going back upriver.
Man, it is. It's warmer. It's warmer upriver up here. where we're at now.
Sandy said someone has to show you love, Dustin.
That's true. I appreciate it. I'm so glad you're reading comments now too, because when something, I must have touched something on the screen, and now I can't read any comments. It's that
Oh, wonderful.
I got something. Yeah, it says live. Once I don't know. It's all messed up.
Sacrificial Rhonda is live. I just shared it. Lloydie's is sharing.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, go back over. Be back in a minute.
Mm-hmm. Dustin, if you can hear me, Sandy Toast said, you shouldn't copy me. Just because I made chat disappearing look good doesn't mean you have to copy.
My mistake. My bad. I'll do better. Sandy said she has to get ready for tonight, so I'll be listening. Had to get all my sass out in the limited window. Well, thank you for being here and getting all the sass out. I think Dustin and Yak are both on the move and cannot hear. So what's Yak doing now?
Yak is moving again. And Sandy is going to go get ready, so she'll be listening, but she had to get all of her sass out in that limited window.
Understood. So we have done our good deed for the day.
Yay!
And it's early, so we've got 12 minutes into the new day, and we've done our good deed.
Hey, that's the way to do it.
I'm gonna mute us.
Okay. It's an auto renew. Few sips of coffee and I'll be back to 100%. There you go. Coffee's the answer for everything. I'm sure, Sandy. But in my world, it is the answer to everything. Ask me a question, the answer is coffee. Sandy, I wouldn't ruin perfectly fine whiskey with coffee. I can tell you, Jim Beam has their own brand of coffee out, and it smells and tastes like there's whiskey in it, even though it's non alcoholic. Mark. Welcome in, Charlie. So far, no fish caught tonight on the live. However, Dustin and Scott were out earlier tonight and did catch a flathead before the show started. She's on a roll, I'm telling you. I believe Yak is dealing with red horse sucker and bluegill live, and I'm not 100% sure. I think Dustin's using bluegill as well, but as soon as they come back from moving, I will ask for sure for you, Charlie. Right now, Dustin went to help another angler on the water and then is returning back to his spot and will be back with us. And Yak is changing spots and muted because of engines.
I'm back.
Okie dokie. We have Charlie Wilkes who has joined us, and they asked Shad for bait, and I told them that I believe you're using red horse sucker stakes and the live bluegill.
That is currently what I'm using, yes.
Okay.
But yeah, other spots I tried to check out were a bust. I've never seen them during the day. And so I really probably shouldn't have tried doing them at night for the first time, but you know.
Charlie says that he uses the bluegills and loves them on the Rappahannock too.
Oh, 100%. They're my preferred bait, honestly.
And I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, Dustin said they're using bluegill tonight too, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, like I
told
said,
him that's what I thought, but I would ask for sure. There you go.
red horse sucker steak.
There you go. Oh, I think we lost Dustin because you're on full screen. Or did Dustin put you full screen?
They still got the current going way too fast, but had to at least try again.
I don't know if we lost Dustin or if he just put you full screen.
He may just put me full screen, that way he could do what he needed to do.
Yeah,
Not worried about having to mess with it because I got a fish.
that's what I figured.
Yeah, I'm still going 1.5 miles an hour right now.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I may have to put on some more sinkers. I don't like doing double sinkers, so. But apparently I left all my 12s at the house.
Uh-oh.
I got 8s on there right now, but it ain't cutting it.
I have to say, this is the first chat I have been in that is speaking about food that I'm not getting hungry.
Nice.
They're talking about Vegemite and Marmite, and I don't like neither, so it's very easy for me not to be hungry.
I use Marmite in my carp bait.
Do you?
Yeah, which sorry if that offends anybody, but it's good stuff for that.
Sandy said Marmite is worse than Vegemite.
I've had both. I'm not a fan of either.
Nah. Sad part is when they were all doing that Vegemite challenge, I've tasted it. I did not like it. And every time I watch somebody taste it, I could taste it myself. And I'm like, ew.
Yeah.
I feel your pain. I know what you're tasting. It's disgusting.
Man, I had a thought for sure something bass, something would have smacked them stinking bluegills. Man, I've lost one bluegill today, and like I said, I don't know if it was to a bite or if it was to a rock I stuck in afterwards. But
Well, now Mark's gone and done it, you brat. He says, well, Rhonda, I'm waiting for my smoker temp to normalize and pork is going on. See, he had to go and do it, didn't he?
Yep.
Anthony, you're going to get a
Yes.
hit soon. I just feel it.
I
That
hope
was
so. I'm
from
just now
Boyd's.
getting a 0.6 miles an hour.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
And Sandy Toe says that her kids love it with melted cheese. It's so gross.
Kids like a lot of weird stuff. My daughter, you know those cinnamon twist things they sell at Taco Bell, the little dessert
Yes.
thing. She'll dip that in Chipotle sauce and eat it.
No. Okay.
Well, she's 4, and I think she's just through the stage where everything, if she has a sauce, she has to dip it in it. Doesn't matter what it is. Because she'll eat blue cheese dressing, she'll eat ranch dressing, the Chipotle sauce, all kinds of stuff.
Yep. At least she's not a picky eater.
About that.
Now, wait a minute.
She has been lately.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, if she's smothering Taco Bell cinnamon twists with Chipotle sauce, I don't think she's too picky. And Lloydie's telling Mark to smother it with Marmite before smoking his pork roast. Oh, good googa-mooga.
Oh, shh.
Mark said, that's a big negative, Lloydies. He even put big negative in capital letters.
Nice. Well, watch her odds, I gotta go rescue this bluegill that fell in my tank well.
Okay. Are they going to do tricks for us?
I hope so.
Well, Lloydie's is in love with Tabasco sauce with melted cheese on toast. I'm not a Tabasco sauce fan either. Sorry.
There's just enough water in my tank while he was able to live.
Oh boy.
I thought for sure he was going.
Mhm.
Uh, nope, I got down to 0.3 miles an hour. I gotta slow the trolling motor.
Sandy Toe says we always had a whiskey glaze with Dijon mustard and brown sugar for pork. That sounds good.
It does sound good. You know what else sounds good? Just pork in general. I miss it so much.
Oh yeah, right now you can't have meats, can you?
No.
Are you still good with chicken?
Yes.
Okay, just the red meat you're still having trouble with.
I can't have any mammal meat at all. And they said it would be at least a year before they would test me again because of how high that stupid level was.
Oh wow.
Yeah. A year from April. So I mean, only 10 more months to go.
Hey, do a countdown. That would drive me nuts, Jack. Well, I can't say that because what I eat today, I can put in the fridge overnight and then go in the refrigerator tomorrow and take it out and reheat it, and I can have a bad enough anaphylactic shock reaction to it, even though I just ate it yesterday and didn't have any reaction.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Well, that's one thing they said with me. They said I could go have the steak, and I might be perfectly fine because it's not an every time reaction; it's just an anytime reaction.
Right.
So it's like
Sandy wants to know if you're going. Are you at the gathering?
I was at the gathering, yes, and I do, and we do intend on going next year. I mean, it's 20 minutes from our house, so we do our best. I'm hoping next year to actually take the whole week off, though, or at least like a couple of days, not just Saturday and Sunday.
Mark said, I injected the pork butt with pineapple juice and added spices to it, then put my barbecue rub on it.
Sounds delicious, Mark.
And Sandy said we can have a cheeseburger celebration at the gathering together.
I would definitely be okay with that if they let me, but we'll see. And that's again, oh, come on, that was a huge mark. Why didn't you didn't no interest in anything, dude? What the?
I was too busy looking at chat to make sure nobody else said anything to read.
No, I had this huge mark on the fish finder. It just, if I see it on a fish finder, I already passed it. You know what I mean? It's just like,
oh, gotcha.
He wasn't interested in nothing. I mean, it could have been a carp or a sturgeon or something too. You know.
I just think they're busy on the spawn right now.
We're in 83 degree water temp. They should be out of the spawn by now.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. Last year, it just seemed like the month of June was kind of beat for everybody all the way around, and it seems to be going that way. Everybody's struggling this time of year. It's not for lack of trying, because everybody's out there trying. It's just, the fish aren't interested.
Right.
Charlie, no, that is not Stan. That is Yak Shore.
Yep, it's me.
Dustin is somewhere hiding. I don't know where yet, but he's somewhere.
Yeah, he said he's fishing. He's actually fishing a tournament.
Yeah.
And one of the guys caught a fish and couldn't get it weighed, so he went to help that guy weigh it.
Yeah.
You know,
And
being the good guy he is.
about the time you were moving and had come back in, he came in and said that they were done with the weighing of the fish and he was heading back to their spot. So Sandy says it's hard for me to gauge when spawn is because you all seem to start and stop at different times. It kind of varies. Like the south will usually start faster than up here in the north where I am, but it seems to be pretty much the month of June. Between flatheads, channels, and blues, they all go on spawn at different times depending on, I guess, the water temperature. I don't know all the scientific facts behind it, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend I do either.
Water temp is the main factor for it, and yeah, the South does usually go into it first.
Yeah,
Not always though. I think the James River actually beat us this year.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Well, James, because he was at 80-degree water temps before we were, so
Yeah.
they should have went through it and ended it before we did at that rate. If he would stay that high the whole year. Oh, hey, there's a bat ran into my fishing line. That's nice. Come on, fishy.
Lloydie says, honey glazed roasted lamb with rosemary and garlic infused is one of my favorite meals apart from steak. I'll join you on the... I'm not a big lamb eater.
I can't have it either. No venison, no boar, no pork, deer,
Nope.
or I said deer. No moose, elk, anything that's a mammal. Can't have it.
Thank you, Mark, for adding that. Sandy, we all fish at different longitudes, which means different weather conditions. I didn't know how best way to explain it. I really didn't.
Well, the other thing I was adding to that, like you said, longitudes. Is it longitudes? I don't know. Either way, the United States is so big compared to a lot of other places in the world, so the spawns happen everywhere differently. On top of the fact that obviously going from even east to west, the weather is completely different from one part of the country to the other, even on the same longitude line.
Yeah. Lloydie says, Anthony, you best catch a fish then.
You would think I would. I don't know what the deal is. Like I said, when I was doing my research before I picked this spot to fish tonight, I didn't look at this specific dam for the water release. I probably should have, I guess. But the lake above it, they're not letting out jack squat.
Yeah.
So I assumed they would do the same downstream, but no, apparently not.
Sandy says, yeah, you guys are as big as Aussie, but we don't typically have the same fish countrywide. And Mark said, yeah, he's like 10 hours north of Yak. I know I'm about 2.5 hours north of Dustin.
Way up there.
Yeah, I'm up by Annapolis, Maryland.
Yeah, we're going to Michigan next week. So.
Oh boy.
We're gonna leave Wednesday after my wife's doctor's appointment and get up there Thursday and drive back down Sunday.
Yeah. And we don't, and to answer Sandy again, too, because she said they don't have the same fish countrywide. We don't either, because there are areas that don't have flatheads. There are some areas that don't have blues. So there's that, too. And Wannabe says, who wants to go to Michigan?
My family, me. If I have my kayak could be going. If I got rid of it, probably borrow my dad's. I love fishing up there, man.
For example, Sandy, Ed Evans has a show on Wednesday nights, and he fishes in Pennsylvania, which is about 2 hours north of me yet. And he does not have blues there, but he has channels and flats. And he usually fishes for flatheads on Wednesday nights. Chris would like you to know that if you take 65 north to Michigan, you will be within 6 miles of his house.
Well, if I had time, maybe I'd stop by and say hey, but I won't have time this trip, unfortunately.
Mark, I didn't know you didn't have blues up there.
Yeah, he's just far enough north not to have him, if I'm not mistaken, because the Mississippi River drainage that goes anywhere close to him ends before he gets to his house, if I'm not mistaken.
I just didn't realize they didn't. I thought it was just the areas he fished didn't have them. I didn't realize they didn't have them up there that far up north yet. I did not know that. I learned something new today. Thank you, Mark.
All right, I'm gonna try something.
Okay.
I'm gonna make my own current left and right because like there's a sweet spot and I can't hit it. I'm either going 1 mile an hour or 0.2 miles an hour. So I'm gonna drive over the fish and see what happens.
Never know until you try it.
True.
Maybe you'll hit one in the head and make them mad and make them bite.
I'd be okay with that.
I would be too. Mark said that looks like where Jody fishes.
She fishes 2 dams north of me, upstream of me rather. That might be a fish.
Well, let's get it.
Definitely a snake.
Mark said big takedown.
I wish. Definitely would.
He said snag?
Yeah, it would snag.
Ah.
I'm chasing it upriver now.
Lloydie said I had a few Wells cats last year, but nothing big, unfortunately. Biggest just shy of 50 pounds. That's still a big fish.
Yes, it is. This is that piece of cut sucker with a stinger fly. It's more prone to getting snagged, I should say.
Yeah.
So I'm not too awfully surprised. More annoyed than anything.
Mm-hmm. Cindy said the Wells cats are a totally different playing field. Oh, I'm sure they are. Lloydies, he's using red horse sucker, steaks, and live bluegills. The one that he just had the snag up on was on one of the the red horse sucker steaks that got snagged up. You're welcome, Lloyds. No problem.
I might go over here and check out this one spot, and now this other boat moved out of the way. There's a ledge that they dug in when they built the lock for this dam.
Yeah.
It's got a deep hole at the end of the wall here. I'm just curious. Mostly with fishing for like bass and stuff, but if there's bait there, there's got to be catfish there too, right?
I would imagine. Lloydie said that one Wells caught in Spain last year was 330 pounds, he believes. That's a lot of weight.
Yep. I believe I saw that article when that guy caught that one. I do believe.
I believe I would be surfing across the water trying to reel it in if it was me. That was one of my biggest fears when I went down to the dock and fished with Tom and Aaron and them. I'm like, you do realize something big catches this pole and I'm going surfing across the top of the water, right?
That's funny.
They're like, no, we'll grab your belt loop. I said, that ain't going to stop me.
Well, there's definitely something living here.
See, Sandy even says as soon as that thing took the bait, I'd be in the water. It's my biggest fear when I go fishing for cats in the U.S.
There's somebody here. Sorry, guys.
Hi.
What's up, y'all?
Yay, you're back.
What's up, buddy?
We came back to the dock, so we went upriver to help somebody weigh their fish. And then on our way back, we decided to stop at the dock, unload a few things, grab the fan, and then drop our net one more time to get more bait.
Okay.
And then we're going to motor down to the spot we were in as long as nobody's there again and cast out some fresh baits and see what happens.
There you go.
Yeah, I went to the other side of this wall to try to fish it, and there's a couple right on the other side. I didn't see them.
Oh.
I completely just went over the lines and everything.
Oops.
Yeah.
Do they have the lights on?
They do not.
That's on them.
They don't have any. They don't have any of their lights on.
Well,
That's
then
on
it's
them.
their fault. They have no one to blame.
I'll be honest with you, the way that wall set up, even if they had the lights on, I wouldn't have seen them.
Oh, okay.
Well, then they shouldn't have set up there. I'm just
Well,
saying.
don't blame them, Yak.
I don't disagree with you, just to be clear.
Okay.
So right now, when we left the dock at 7 o'clock, it was high tide. Right now it is low tide.
Yeah.
I think it's slack tide. So I see there was one rung on the ladder up on this pier. Now there's 4. That's how much the James River drops. It can drop anywhere from 4 to 6 to 8 feet.
Wow.
And if you don't pay attention to that, then if you go somewhere that's shallow or that's got a sandbar between you and the main river, you can get stuck. And if that happens early on in the tide, then you got to wait that entire cycle for that to finish, and then then the slack tide, and the rest of the tide to come back in. We got 13 people still watching. Appreciate y'all sticking out with us tonight.
Yeah.
Sandy says, okay, loves, I'm heading out. Appreciate you all. Please stay safe out on the water in the dark. Have an amazing Sunday. You too, Sandy.
All right, Miss Sandy. Thank you
Bye,
so much.
Sandy.
Have a great day. Oh, I tell you what, after we get this live over with and we get our baits and everything, we get our bait, we get our lines back in the water, I'm going to take a nap.
I started today with a tournament, and I'm ending today on your live.
And technically, I'm in a tournament, so.
Oh, boy. So I started one with the tournament and ended one with the tournament. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
Well, it sounds like.
What tournament did you start the day with?
Eric B. had his carp tournament this morning.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
How'd that go?
I forgot about that.
So Linda was hosting on her channel, Chrissy was on her channel, and I filled in for Eric on his channel.
Nice. How'd that go?
Pretty good. We only had 5 people unable to attend because of weather, so I call that a win.
Absolutely. All right, well, I think we're going to motor over to see if we can get this plethora of shad that we think swam into our net.
Okay.
When we were coming up, the water's fairly shallow where we were, but because we had lights, there was shad jumping almost into the boat, and some were hitting the boat.
Austin just come in and said, how goes the bite?
What's up, Austin? It's a little rough right now. We had a tough time getting bait because there was like 15 other boats around here, and all the shad skedaddled.
And while you were gone, Yak was confused for Stan.
Oh, really?
Yes. Give me a second and I'll look back and tell you. Somebody asked if Charlie Wilkes asked if Yak was Stan.
Oh.
And he also, while he was in, asked what bait you were using. And I told him, I believe it's live bluegill or bluegill, but I wasn't sure if you were using anything else.
Yeah, we got some live bluegill, we got some shad, we got some frozen bluegill, and some frozen threadfin shad.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna swing back over here and see if we can get these shad real quick.
Go for it.
Oh, I am now on a different eddy. Try this again.
Okie dokie.
Let me grab the net. That was a lot easier, bro. Spotlight on it. Tail cat. Drifting over the. Oh, we're anchors. I'm saying probably easier going this when you hung up.
Lloydie said, Dustin, Austin, Rhonda, all in chat. Mark, Melissa, I got to get a few hours sleep. It's nearly 6 a.m. Tight lines all. Good to catch up with you all. It was good to see you, Lloydie.
You too.
Get some
Night,
rest.
Lloyd.
And Dustin, at some point while you were changing spots and helping the other angler in the tournament, is Two Stands Fishing your tournament too?
I have no idea.
Okay, because Two Stands was up on River Cat's tackle showing a fish that he had caught.
Oh no, River Cat's tackle is out. They're out all night tonight too.
Okay. I didn't know if maybe you knew where he was fishing. That way you could, maybe. Yeah, you know where I'm going with that, right?
I do.
Okay.
No, I have no idea.
Gotcha.
Sorry, we got a couple catfish.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, if you can't get them on hook and line, why not get them in the net?
Because then you got to get them out of the net.
I know. That does stink.
What's that?
You could have weighed that fish.
What did you catch?
Catfish in the net.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man. Any of that thing. I'm not gonna be on.
Instead of just shad.
That was embarrassing. Can't believe that one guy. I guess it was a joke, but I guess it was good. And weighing that little thing. Oh, come on. Oh, stop. You're gonna poke me. My wife's not gonna be happy with you. And the whole thing. Oh, dude. I was working on that one day, getting fish out, and I had, some catfish. One about that size right there. I'm trying to get him out of the net, and he wiggled, and when he did,
Oh, I will not be here next weekend, just to be clear.
Okay.
stuck in his
I'll be in Michigan, so I'm taking next weekend off. It'll be all Dustin.
We're gonna take next weekend off as well.
I don't blame you. We can just go ahead and just call it that way.
Probably better anyway until spawn lets up.
Sheds. Swimming. He's stuck. Okay. Yeah, I'm saying. Yeah. That's why. Please be careful, man.
Oh, he's in there.
The little guy. Need a bunch of those. Just put the whole thing on his line. He can swim up. Yes, he did.
Charlie Wilkes says, I've caught some big fish on slack tide. Strange, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we had a shad in the net, but he's swum out.
Oh, wow.
Speaking of nets, I need to find somebody who can repair a cast net. I got two I need to get fixed.
I need Maryland to back off of the blue catfish and the flathead so that I can fish again.
One right there.
How's that a catfish?
You know, back off? What do you mean by that?
I fish on the eastern shore of Maryland, which is a very heavy crab population, and public enemy number one is the blue cat and the flathead. So they have now made that you're not allowed to return a blue or a flathead to the water alive. And I refuse to kill something I'm not keeping.
Sure.
So it's best I don't fish. That way I keep my vehicle and my poles and everything else so they don't take it. You know what I mean?
Sure. Oh, yeah.
So I refuse to even buy my fishing license this year.
I do not blame you one bit.
What kills me is they have a higher population of snakehead in the eastern shore, and you would think they would be public enemy number one. But because a bait shop in this area decided that they can turn the snakehead into a $7,500 a year tournament, now it's okay to return them alive.
Oh, they don't eat the crabs either.
Oh, they blamed them at first for it, and they had the same law with the snakehead that if you caught one, you had to kill it. You couldn't return it back to the water alive.
The thing I have with stuff like that, I mean, it's probably just as much pollution taking care of the crabs as it is the catfish and stuff. Like, I don't get me wrong, I'm sure the catfish are eating them, but...
Well, let me put it to you this way, Yak. They did their quote-unquote scientific study for the crab count in the state of Maryland, and they said that we were down hundreds of millions of pounds of crabs and blah, 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 and it was going to be a bad year. Every crabber that I know in the state of Maryland has said that this has been the best crabbing year they have ever had. They have never had a better year. So tell me how that works.
Somebody higher up said, hey, I don't like these, let's do this. It sounds like me.
I just think it's all ridiculous.
What time is it, Miss Rhonda?
It is 1:03.
Boat's turning.
Well, good morning, Mr. Mike Chavez. How are you?
Hi. Taste. Trying to bring us that way. Well, I think it scares them.
Actually, I think it's attracted to it.
All right.
But where do you want to go?
Straight up again.
I'm doing good, Mr. Chavez. And even if I wasn't, it ain't worth complaining about no way. I still woke up today. So it's all good.
What now?
Mike asked how I was doing because I asked how he was doing. And I said, I'm doing good. And even if I wasn't, ain't no sense in complaining because it don't do no good anyhow.
That's fair.
And I started my day with fishing, and it looks like I'm ending my day with fishing. So it can't be all that bad now, can it?
I agree.
Scott is the name of the person, so I'm not sure. Is Scott Slunger Cat? Dustin? I don't know. Yeah, no. I will ask when he comes back.
I have no idea. Yeah.
I don't either. I know whoever that is does not have their own YouTube channel, so I don't think so. But like I said, I will ask when he can hear us, just to make sure.
Back up.
Oh, okay. Well, Mark's got the pork in the smoker, and you know, if I leave now, I might make it there by the time it gets done. He forgets I have his address. I mailed him hot sauce.
Come on. Got right.
Thank you, Mark. Now, can I make it there and back by 2 o'clock in the afternoon to get the brat to work is the question. I don't think I'm pulling that one off.
Well,
I
that's pretty
did
good fish run.
even though you wrote non. I got it.
All right. Think about
Right.
that, boy.
Uber.
Oh, come on, Tangle. Heck yeah. All right.
I couldn't even tell him, I'll bring you some home because I doubt it would make it here. I'd be eating it on the way home.
In the boat.
Mark, you couldn't afford him. I feed him on a regular, I know.
Oh, pretty good too. Calm down, bud. On the way.
What's going on?
If you just calm down, I can wave and go back in the water. There we go. Okay. We're gonna scale it.
The gill net's right behind the boat.
I see it.
Okay.
So I see part of the problem why we
22.68 pounds. Rhonda.
2.86?
22.68.
6.8. Okay.
You got a fish?
22 pounder.
Nice. Good job.
That's the way to do it, bud.
You see it?
Isn't he pretty? Look at him.
Hold on a second.
Oh, hold on. Dustin's going to put you full screen.
No. Why you peeing in my boat, man?
Sorry.
Why are you peeing in my boat? Because he's christening it for you.
Yeah. There we go.
Rangers.
Yes. Oh, too late.
What was too late?
I put you
He
full screen.
put you on
Throw it
full
back.
screen just
Oh,
as
okay.
you release the fish.
I'm in. I think I better catch the second one then, huh?
I guess you have to. It's mandatory now.
Yeah. Got him with the FOA river sticker hook.
There you go. Was that on your red horse or was that on bluegill?
Bluegill.
Oh, wow. Like says, you snooze, you lose.
I'm going to be doing a lot of snoozing here in a little bit. Hopefully
You
not
only
Lenny
got
losing.
about 45 minutes left, Dustin, so it's not too
No.
far away.
Well, 45 minutes with y'all and then another 5 hours out here on the river.
Yeah, but after the live, you said you were going to take a nap, so
Oh, yes, ma'am.
that's why I said you only got 45 minutes, so the nap's not too far away.
Hopefully some snoozing, but no losing. Hopefully we get some monsters in the boat.
Yep.
Oh, I saw something swim right towards the net.
Alrighty. I was on a smaller bluegill too, oddly enough. I didn't have a whole lot of good, what I call good sized bluegill, so I only put one of them out. And a smaller one out, and he hit the smaller one. There is one unfortunate thing to that.
What's that?
I'll take a shower now. I got flying.
I don't think you'll complain about taking a shower because you got fishy.
No, I won't. But
It just adds another thing to the to-do list.
well, obviously, it's more of a favor for my wife. The bed sheets a wash, but she don't like fish slime in the bed sheets. So
Yeah, no. I can't say as I blame her.
I can hear it now. Me crawling up in there, sliding in there, sliming her with my slime.
I
probably
think,
won't
at
dead
that point,
soon.
I think at that point she would have a cast iron skillet with your name tattooed or on the bottom of it backwards so that when she hit you in the forehead, you could know who you were in the morning.
Probably.
We'll just call her Telly.
Yeah, there you go. Chris says getting very sleepy, stopping to sleep for a bit, then continuing home. Good luck and stay safe out there. Well,
You
you
too.
guys
You got to do the same.
too.
Or at least anchored by the gill net. Nobody should run over
I wonder if that was the same fish from last week, Dustin.
it. Probably. Look at your screen. What? Your screen.
You thought he'd go one damn away to get away from me.
Yeah.
Just couldn't do it. Honestly, he struck that bluegill like a flathead. I thought for sure it was a flathead. Until I started feeling the head shake. I will say that's one thing I've noticed at Nicky Jack. It tends to be more common to see flathead down here than a lot of other places.
Gotcha. Chris and Telly were fishing earlier this evening and come off the water because of weather and was going to try to wait it out. And then it was
got
getting worse instead of better. So they started heading home, and now they're getting sleepy. So they're going to stop and take a nap and then head the rest of the way home.
Good idea.
Yep. I was just recapping it for Mike because he asked where Chris was headed.
They need to hurry up and move down here to Tennessee.
Pretty cool.
I know they talked about it at one point. I don't know if they still are talking about it or not. I haven't asked them.
I mean, there was 2 other boats right by.
I know they're kind of big fans of Watts Bar.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Chris and Telly.
Oh, they're fans of the gorge.
Well, that too, but they were looking at possibly moving up by Watts Bar at one point.
Gotcha.
I mean, property's much more reasonably priced up that direction.
I'm sure. I think I can hear the bobbers going up and down. Could be wrong. I heard something.
Oh yeah. Definitely got stuff right there and there.
You guys will have better luck than I am.
You're in a good spot though, man.
I got a 1 pound fish, that's all.
Wow.
I'm afraid to go any further from the dock though because my engine's going out.
You know there's a barge right there, right? There's a barge.
I was thinking about changing spots till that fish happened, Rhonda.
They always change your mind, don't they?
Yeah. Because I was debating trying to attempt to bump with a spinner rod for the last 15 minutes or half an hour. But now I think I have to stay and see what happens.
Well, it's 1:20, just so you're aware.
Okay.
In case you do choose to go that route, you know what your time frame is.
I'm still marking fish.
Yay. At least you have signs of life and it's not like deserted.
Yeah, that's true.
Because then you can blame the spawn. You know what I mean? If there's
Sure.
nothing there, then you got to wonder, are you just in a bad spot? Alrighty, Mark. Thanks for stopping in and good night. Mark's
Enjoy.
heading out, guys.
Enjoy the pork shoulder tomorrow, man.
I'm telling you, man. That sounds good. I need to hurry up and get out of this apartment and get my own house again so I can have a smoker and a grill and all the things I miss.
Can I ask why you got rid of the other house?
My husband's job comes with a free apartment.
Ah.
So why pay rent or mortgage when
Sure.
you don't have to?
Exactly. I don't blame you.
But now he's getting closer to retirement age, so we're starting to look.
Sure.
When we first moved in here, we could have grills and things like that. But then someone decided that because they lived on the second floor and didn't feel like walking their grill down off of their patio and cooking outside like they should, they lit the grill on their patio and caught an entire building on fire.
Smooth.
So that took everybody having any grills away. You can't have anything propane. You can't have anything charcoal. You can't have nothing.
That sucks.
So, yeah, they compensated the best they could as an apartment complex, and they put, the public ones down at the playgrounds and stuff like that. But I just don't like cooking after other people.
Well, they're never going to clean it the same way you do. So I get that entirely.
I just have that thing.
Yeah, I think we talked about it before. I'm lucky because I can eat cheese and drink milk and stuff still, right?
Yeah, you're lucky.
Well, this morning I sat in an ant hill apparently.
Uh-oh.
And of course, it was within like 10 or 15 seconds, but it was only a couple hours after I had ate, and I didn't feel anything crawling on me. I was just getting all these bumps and feeling these little stingy things. And I thought for sure I was breaking out again. I was like, man, you gotta be kidding me. And then, but I ran through the house and hopped in the shower. And there they were, a nice little colony of ants at the bottom of my shower. I couldn't tell you how many there were, 10 or 20 probably. Enough to be like, that explains it, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, at least it wasn't the other thing.
Yeah, all right. Been the other thing, I wouldn't have been fishing tonight, probably.
Yeah, no kidding.
My wife probably wouldn't let me. Well, I tell you what, no, I know she wouldn't let me because if I'd have went to the hospital, they'd have drugged me up so bad they told me I wouldn't be able to drive home, probably.
Right. Yeah, that epinephrine is something else, let me tell you. Between that and Atarax and Benadryl that they hit you with for all the allergies, it just makes you want to go to sleep.
Oddly enough, I did not go to sleep when they gave it to me last time.
My EpiPens make me tired.
I have not had to use one yet, so I don't know if they do or not, I guess. But the stuff they gave me at the hospital when they smacked me with it all, I was wide awake for at least another hour.
Yeah.
Of course, it was getting normally late anyway. I didn't get home until 10:30, 11 that night anyway.
When I had procedures done that requires that they use the dye, like for CAT scans. They have to hit me ahead of time with the allergy meds. So by the time the test happens, I'm just like, can I go to sleep, people, please?
Right.
But I tell you what, even if I do fall asleep after they hit me with it, I wake up with the shakes like crazy afterwards.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. My youngest looks at me and says, Ma, you look like a drug addict going through withdrawal. I'm like, hush, it feels that way too. Because you just shake. I can't stop shaking. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm like, I don't like this.
Right. Change spots or not to change spots? That is the question.
You got 30 minutes to decide. Well, 33 if you want to be exact. It's 1:27.
I had just watched another boat leave a spot that I was considering trying earlier.
Mm-hmm. Looks like they got a decent amount of shad.
Oh, dusting them?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, there's a guy down here to my left that's throwing it. I got a spotlight and they're shining into the water towards the bank.
Mm-hmm.
Against the rocks and throwing it and stuff. I don't know if they're actually catching any or not. I haven't seen them actually empty a net out. But yeah, I've broke 2 cast nets this year.
I honestly don't even know if where I fish if I can use them, and I'm scared to try because I know my luck. I'll throw the net and go in with it.
It's not that hard once you figure it out.
Well, the funny part is, Yak, I said that, and my son's sitting here in the same room with me, and he looks at me and goes, "Uh-huh." He knows I'll end up in the water.
Just stand there and laugh.
And he would just stand there and laugh at me. He would.
Sure, as all good children do.
What else am I supposed to do? Help you?
Well, that would be nice, you know.
You shouldn't have fallen in.
I'm a klutz. What can I say?
You can cut yourself without making sure.
Yeah. I'm the person that cuts themselves with the spine of the knife.
Now that's pretty bad.
I did. I've done it twice now.
Takes some skill, but she's an idiot. And can
I
do it.
have. The first time I did it, I was cutting a sandwich, and I put my finger on the back of the knife to push it through the sandwich, and split my finger wide open.
Wow.
Fishing and Cooking with Mike Chavez has just become a new member.
Congratulations. I'm assuming as of Dustin says I can't have members. Congratulations, Dustin, on the new member.
I don't know. It does not say whose, so I don't know if it was yours or his.
Well, it would have to be his. Like I said, I can't have him. I don't have 2,000. I don't have 4,000 watch hours.
Oh, is all you need at watch hours?
Yeah.
Well, you know, you should say something, and I can put your playlists or your videos on and just let them play at night.
Well, you're welcome to if you'd like to.
I definitely will.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just watch hours that I'm off on.
Okay.
So far, I'm not impressed with the red horse sucker.
See, that shocks me because when I went to Tom and Michelle's one time, Aaron brought some with him, and we caught blues like crazy off of that.
Well, I will say mine's a couple months old and freezer burnt. I didn't have any bags big enough to put it in, which doesn't necessarily help it any. But when I had got it, it had sat in a cooler all day. So I'm not going to say it was the freshest.
Gotcha. Well, I currently have your Yakshire Outdoors old videos playlist playing in the background, so stay on. Mike, they have this broadcasting through Dustin and Yakshores, and it does not differentiate in StreamYard which chat you're in. So I don't know which channel you're on when you type. So, but yes, it is more than likely TSW, especially if Yak does not have membership set up yet. So.
Come on, fishy. You want more fish? I think I'll probably just stick it out here. The rest of the time.
Well, now you have 27 minutes left. You joined on TSW because Yak does not have membership set up yet on his channel at all. He's still missing watch hours to have members. But before I read that you became a member, I was not aware.
Either way, I'm sure Dustin will be glad to have you.
Yep. And he'll let you know that as soon as he's aware of it, because right now he's playing with the net and they're not near the phone. And I think the net looks like it's caught up.
Okay, I lied. I'm going to move a little bit.
I'm sorry, Mike. I didn't mean to confuse you. They're basically multi-streaming. Yak's on his channel streaming, and Dustin's on his channel streaming. Because they're multicasting, both chats come into StreamYard under one. So I don't know if someone comments from Yak's chat. I don't know the difference between that and someone commenting in Dustin's chat, because it doesn't mark them differently. But you did. In fact, you know what? I can even check just to make you feel better, because I don't want no confusion. I'm going to go in on Whiskers Gone Wild on the YouTube side, and we are going. Yeah, you joined their channel, so you joined TSW for sure.
All right, I successfully changed spots.
Okay. Yes, Mike, you did. You are most welcome anytime. Yeah, they must be having technical difficulties. Dustin put you on full screen again.
No telling. Ooh, there's a mark. Come on. Need bluegill. Need a bluegill. Smack it.
Free midnight snacks.
Right.
And a roller coaster ride to boot.
Right. I will say, to be fair, the Ready or Sunfish. Guess I probably shouldn't lie to him. It's false advertising, right?
Close enough. I call them all bluegills.
Well, I have to be careful with the Ready or Sunfish because they actually have a limit here.
Oh,
Bluegill do too. Bluegill's like 30, whereas Ready, I think, are 10.
gotcha.
I wish I could find green sunfish or more, warmouth more consistently, either one of them, and because they don't have a limit, and they're feistier, and they're a little beefier. I can't find them consistently. I do have a red breast sunfish in the bait tank at the house.
Oh boy.
It's bigger than my hand,
Wow.
but my wife really wants to use it, so I'm gonna save it for her for when she goes night fishing with me sometime.
No, that'll be cool.
I will say the last warmouth she caught, we pretty sure got smacked by a flathead.
Well,
We dropped it vertically along the end of a wall at Raccoon Mountain, and it got thumped. And obviously the fish came off, and that warmouth was acting completely normal, other than the fact it was missing a whole line of scales.
wow.
Living up to his name, I guess. For all those who come in, stuck around, appreciate each and every one of you.
Absolutely.
We are nearing the end at this point.
Almost. It's 1:42. You were at your 15-minute warning.
I know obviously Stan's doing that other show. Do you guys know if he's still doing Stan Day tomorrow?
I have no clue.
If he is, I might pop up on there. We'll see.
Gotcha. I didn't even know if he was out fishing. I just, when Dustin said something earlier about was anybody else watching the other two channels, I went ahead and put them up on tabs in the background and was, cruising, looking at them every now and again. And two Stans was holding up a fish when I looked in on one of them.
I got you.
So I was kind of asking Dustin if he knew where Stan was fishing, because if he knew where Stan was fishing, maybe get closer and have a better shot at catching something, since they may be there where, Stan is.
Sure, yeah.
But he didn't know where Stan was fishing either. So.
I heard you say my name. What was that?
We were talking about, Yak was asking if you knew whether or not Stan was having Stan Day tomorrow because he's out fishing all night.
Don't know.
I don't either.
I assume so because I saw a post from V saying that she was going to fish Stan Day. So
I got you.
but I am not sure.
And while you were gone, Dustin, Fishing and Cooking with Mike Chavez became a new member.
Oh, thank you, Mike. Sorry, I'm moving again.
That's okay, I got it. And you're back on full screen.
Woo. One more Hail Mary spot change.
Go for it.
Come on, kitty, 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 kitty. I'm really surprised I've not had any hits on the sucker. As oily and bloody as it smells.
Mm. That's what I said. I'm kind of shocked you didn't either, because anytime I've used it, blue seemed to be more attracted to it. Did you move already?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I didn't even notice.
I
And I'm
moved up.
watching.
I moved up about 25 yards.
Well, that's probably why I didn't notice much.
Just moving up and down the Zeddy line.
There's a car over there.
Yep. Well, that's the Nick Jack Dam day use area up there. Got picking tables and
Yeah.
fishing pier and all that good stuff.
Yep.
Oh, there was some mark. Come on, man. How much left on the time clock, Miss Rhonda?
It is 1:55.
We can do it. One more fish. 5 minutes. Let's go.
Can you handle chat for just a second while I run to the little girl firm?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Hi, it's back.
Welcome back.
Come on, fishy. You only got a few more minutes.
I know, right? Yeah, I'm debating if I want to go live again after this and keep trying for a little bit longer. If I wanted to go home and do stand day, or if I just want to go home and go to sleep. All tough choices.
I'm going to go to bed at some point today, and I'm sleeping till I got to take the brat to work.
That's fair.
I couldn't do that today. I had to wake up at 7. No, I'm sorry. I had to wake up at 6 because the tournament started at 8.
Yeah, still same concept.
Yeah,
All right, sorry
but
about that. Sorry about that, y'all.
you're all right.
We just got back to our spot. We got more bait.
I saw you getting quite a few of the shad out of the net.
Yeah, we got some shad, and we got what looked like a hybrid of a crappie and a bass. It was really weird.
Wow.
We got like 3 of those in the net.
You throw one of them on screen?
Did we keep any of those? Or no, we threw them all back.
That was a rock bass.
We got a picture.
What do you say?
So maybe a rock bass.
Yeah,
Did they have right up?
if I send, you can post it in there, right?
Yeah.
Send it to that dude.
Well, I can just put it on screen real quick. Once we get this just sock out, we can get back in our spot.
Sure.
I'll bring myself on full screen and I'll show you the picture if you can see it.
Well, I see you as the full screen.
Oh, that's perfect.
Oh, wow.
That looks like a black crappie to me. Just a straight, pure black crappie.
Yeah.
Huh? What? Yeah, we had 3 of them in the net. We threw them all back.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure those are black crappie. Just purebred black crappie.
Gotcha. We weren't sure what they were.
Sure.
You know,
better
until
safe than
about
sorry.
2 years ago, I didn't know that there was a difference between black crappie and white crappie. In fact, I didn't know there was 2 different species.
Yep. And what you know what's funny? Where I live, we have both species, but anybody who fishes during the crappie spawn and only during the spawn, because the males and the females are so distinctly black and white, different,
Mm-hmm.
they think that's the difference between the two species. They're literally the same fish, just one's a male, one's a female.
Oh, okay. Sure.
And well, I can't. Every time I go, like, oh, we caught a bunch of white crappie. I'm like, cool, can I see it? Because I've never caught one, And I'm like, I go, oh, that's cool, and walk away. It's just like because I tried fighting with somebody once about it, but some people just can't accept new information.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it is 2:00, so that is time. This episode of Whiskers Gone Wild by FOA,
That's right.
and we did manage one fish, 22.5 pounds. So something at least. It was a fishing show. Bite's still tough. Definitely the tail end of the spawn. They're not doing normal stuff yet. They're kind of hard to pinpoint. You were here at the beginning of the show. Hope you learned some stuff about suspended drifting. It is a good technique when you can get on the fish in the right pattern or whatever. Try to show you guys some information about it. Try to show you some setups about it. Hopefully it helps out somebody out there. Dustin, do you have anything else to add?
I just want to say thank you to everybody that was in here already and that stuck with us all night. We really appreciate it. And also, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. I really appreciate that. And also thank you, Rhonda, for coming in last minute and reading chat for us and helping us out. We really appreciate that.
For sure.
Anytime.
All right. Well, on that note, I guess I'm going to head back to the boat ramp and reel the stuff in, go back to the boat ramp. And
real quick, did you both agree that next week is a no-show?
Correct. That is no show next week. We're going to take the 4th of July off.
No show next week.
We will resume the weekend after.
Alrighty then.
All right. Thank y'all so much. Hope everybody has a fantastic rest of your weekend, and we will see you next time.
Good luck in your tournament, Dustin.
All right. Thank you. All right. Good night, everybody.
Night.
Good night.